All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, February the 4th, 2025. Now, this council meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Now, in case of an emergency, I do want to highlight the fact that there are two exits beyond the glass doors. So for whatever reason, if something happens, please calmly walk through the glass, not through the glass doors, they will open, but walk through the glass doors and hang a left at the pillar and then go down the stairs. If for whatever reason that entrance or that exit is blocked or whatever, there are 4 exits on the side of the chamber, and you'll get more instructions as needed. If you require accessibility assistance, please remain in your current location and one of our security team members will come and guide you to a safe location. I also do want to highlight the fact that there is a defibrillator at the end of the hallway here. So if your heart's feeling a little jammed, let us know and we'll break that sucker out and make sure everyone's safe. I do want to acknowledge as well the fact that we are hosting today's council meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and care they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And like I always say, I think it's incumbent upon us to unlearn what we've learned in the past, learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. And if we do that, we're going to build an incredibly bright future full of love and prosperity, not just for everyone here today, but going out well beyond 7 generations. And so finally, I do want to acknowledge our incredible teammates at the City of Vancouver as well. We have incredible people that choose to show up every single day and make this city even better. It doesn't matter what department you're in. It could be Vancouver Fire and Rescue. It could be at City Hall. It could be engineering, the VPD, you name it. We have incredible people that choose to be here, and so thankful that they do that. So with that, can we please get a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair, Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly,
Present.
Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague, Councillor Klassen, Councillor Meisner,
Present.
Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Today's actually a really cool day. Today we get to acknowledge Black History Month, which is super exciting. And so since 2011, the city has dedicated this month to celebrating the rich history and achievements of Black and African diaspora communities. This recognition goes beyond celebration. It reflects the city's ongoing commitment to reconciliation and fostering stronger relationships with these communities. It's also a time to acknowledge the ongoing struggles against systemic discrimination and to honor the contributions of Black leaders, innovators, and change makers, both past and present, while reaffirming our collective commitment to equity, inclusion, and meaningful progress. Now, before I invite my teammates up to the podium and read the proclamation, I do want to share one personal story that I know a lot of people in the city have experienced as well. I just want to highlight it. And it really talks about how it has only been up until recently that we've started to make progress, or it hasn't been that long ago where the discrimination against the Black community was incredibly pronounced. So when Tina and I moved into our house, we scraped and borrowed and saved and what have you, and we bought this, now 100-year-old house. On the deed, it actually said this property shall not be transferred to Negroes or Orientals. And so it's still on the deed to this day. And so while we've come a long way and today's a day of about celebration, let's not lose sight of the fact that there's still a lot of work to do. And at the city, we're committed to doing that work. So with that, I'd like to invite my teammates up to the podium and we can read a proclamation. Actually, before I start that, I know Pete wanted to say a few words.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you everybody for coming out in the snow. And as some of you will know, my family, my mom's family is from Trinidad and Tobago, and my mom, a pioneer, as the longest serving female MP in Canadian history, and also a Black woman. And I just want to reflect, the resilience and the work of the community, and my excitement over longstanding work that started long before I was on council towards the Hogan's Alley Community Land Trust, and where that's the opportunity and the MOU that the City of Vancouver signed on that, and the future for the Black community in the City of Vancouver is bright and vibrant. And I'm so happy to see all your faces here today, and look forward to those next steps. All right, sure. From the Office of the Mayor, City of Vancouver, British Columbia, proclamation, Black History Month. Whereas the City of Vancouver has been celebrating Black History Month since 2011 by honoring the legacy of Black and African Canadians, we dedicate February to celebrating the rich history and robust achievements of Black and African diaspora communities in Vancouver and in Canada.
And whereas the City of Vancouver acknowledges that it is situated on the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples.
And whereas the city recognizes the long historical relationship between Indigenous and Black and African diaspora communities in Canada since the early 1600s, over 2 centuries before the abolishment of slavery in 1834.
And whereas, as part of our commitment to becoming a city of reconciliation, we strive to strengthen the relationship between Indigenous and Black communities, as well as people of mixed heritage, and reflect on their indomitable spirit, resilience, and invaluable contributions amidst collective struggles of colonization and systemic displacement.
And whereas, for this year's Black History Month, the City of Vancouver has once again partnered with the Black Business Association of British Columbia to celebrate Black excellence by activating, promoting, and supporting Black-owned businesses in the city. This initiative aligns with economic well-being and prosperity priority number 1, outlined in the city's Addressing Anti-Black Racism and Historic Discrimination interim report from 2022.
That's okay.
I apologize.
We're going to juggle a little bit here. You know what? If you look at the text, it's really small.
I think we're now over here.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that. There's lots to say. And whereas the city acknowledges the various ways the Black and African diaspora communities have contributed to the cultural, economic, political, and social tapestry of the city since 1858, and similarly shaped the origins of Vancouver since it became a city in 1886.
And whereas the city has a strong commitment to reducing and fostering a diverse and inclusive society, recognizing that Black and African diaspora people and communities in Vancouver continue to live with and experience individual and systemic anti-Black racism and the effects of prejudice, discrimination, and hatred, which has its origins in Canada, in Canada's history of colonialism, segregation, and slavery.
And whereas for this year's Black History Month, the City of Vancouver has once again partnered with the, didn't we do this? All right. And whereas the city strives to strengthen the full and equitable participation of Black and African diasporic communities in all aspects of city life, as it continues to develop a multi-year action plan that addresses anti-Black racism and the effects of historic discrimination in Vancouver, including social, economic, and cultural displacement.
Now, therefore, I, Ken Sim, the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of all of my teammates on council, all the elected officials, and everyone who chooses to work throughout the City of Vancouver every single day, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2025 as Black History Month in the City of Vancouver. And sorry about that. Like, once you see the proclamation, there's so much we wanted to fit in there. The text is really small, but we wanted to get everything because it's super important. Now, this year, the city has proudly partnered for the second time with the Black Business Association of BC to highlight Vancouver's vibrant Black and African diaspora business community. In addition, we featured local Black-owned businesses on our social media platforms, including Bianca's Hair Salon and Boutique, RB Jumpstart Coaching, and Tectonic Architecture, who are here with us today. So can you please join me in welcoming representatives from those businesses up to the podium?
Just wanted to thank you very much, Mayor Sim, and councilors for recognizing this month. It means so much to the community. There's a lot happening around the world, and to take some time to recognize and to honor all of the great work that's going in the community means so much. Thank you.
I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you for acknowledging our businesses as Black owners and Black businesses in Vancouver. We really appreciate it, and we thank you so much. Bianca's Hair Salon.
So we're going to do a few of these, but why don't we take a few pictures here, and then post, take some more pictures, and then we're going to welcome everyone up as well, and we'll take a lot more pictures. Is that okay?
Sounds great.
Awesome, great. Come shift the make sure we get this right here. So the second thing we want to acknowledge is Canada Post has a long tradition of presenting a special stamp in council chambers, recognizing the vital contributions of Black Canadians to our shared history. This year's stamp honors Mary Joseph Angelique, a symbol of resistance and resilience. Her story challenges us to reflect on the struggles for justice and freedom that have shaped our country. So now I'm going to invite Jackie Earl to say a few words regarding this year's Canada Post Black History Month stamp. Oh, do you need the podium? Sorry.
There we go.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Yeah.
Awesome. All right, thanks for having us. So I represent Canada Post. I'm a manager here in the region. And for the last, since 2009, I won't do the math, but since 2009, Canada Post has been honoring Black History Month with a stamp. The first stamps that we actually did in 2009 was Rosemary Brown, maybe you will know, and Abraham Shad. And then since then, we've done many others to acknowledge Black History Month. Some, for example, the number 12 Battalion, the National Hockey League, the Black Hockey League that was in the Atlantic region. We've recognized Hogan's Alley and Africville on the East Coast. So we've done quite a bit to acknowledge different empowerment of people within the Black community. And Canada Post has done a great job with that. All of our stamps, we not just only do Black History Month stamps, we do other stamps as well. And all the stamps really, they're meant to commemorate the places, milestones, and leaders that have helped define this country. The National Stamp Program has honored the change makers, and everybody who have challenged the status quo. And we know we do that very well, right? So we've got a long history of people who have done that. And as you know, Mary Joseph Angelique is one of those individuals. In 1734, April 10th, 1734, there was a fire in Montreal. This was a lady, enslaved Black woman who lived in Montreal. There was a fire that was set. She had a reputation for defiance. So when a fire broke out that engulfed much of the city's merchant quarter, she was accused of setting it. Her rebelliousness was cited as a sign of her guilt. She was accused of setting it. To this day, we don't know, did she set it or did she not set it? But although she was 29 years old, she maintained her innocence throughout her trial. She was convicted on June 21st, 1734, and she was executed. Again, it's unclear. There's no evidence that she actually did set that fire, but because of who she was and what she stood for, she was a prime example of her story that continues to encourage our conversations about racial equality, justice, and the importance of acknowledging complexities of Canada's past. So her story also shed the light on the tragic history of enslavement in Canada. It also reveals a woman who sought to empower herself in the few ways that were available. So Canada Post honors Mary-Eve Joseph Angelique for this year's Black History Month stamp. And with that, I
Should we?
Yeah.
Would you like? All right, thank you very much, everyone. Do we have quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Okay, so we will get started again. So the plan for the day is any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today, we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes, and matters adopted on consent. 1 communication, 5 reports, and 12 referral reports, 12 bylaws, 1 administrative motion, notice of council members' motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. So the plan for today, we will break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, adjourn or recess by 5 p.m. for a dinner break, and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda if needed. If the meeting does not finish today, the reconvene date is Thursday, February the 6th, 2025 at 6 p.m. In camera, council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to move in to go in camera later this week? Thank you, Councillor Dominato. May we have a seconder? Councillor Joe, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes. Minutes 1 are from the council meeting on January the 21st, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great, thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. May we have a seconder? Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the public hearing on January the 21st, 2025. Are there any corrections? Someone like to move? Councillor Clausen, thank you. Councillor Meisner seconded. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities on January the 22nd, 2025. Are there any corrections? Great, Councillor Joe, thank you. Councillor Montague seconded. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 4 are from the public hearing on January the 23rd, 2025. Any corrections? Someone like to move? Councillor Montague, thank you very much. Councillor Claassen seconded. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 5 are from the Mayor's Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee on January the 28th, 2025. Are there any corrections? Someone like to move? Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have communication number 1, reports 1, 4, and 5, and referral reports 1 through 12 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. We will hold report number 2 and 3 to hear from speakers. Council may adopt the recommendations for communication 1, reports 1, 4, and 5, and referral reports 1 through 12 on consent. Now, before we consider the consent agenda, does anybody believe that they have a conflict of interest on any of these items? That's not, okay, great. Okay. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to team members? Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can I hold referral report 5, please?
Referral report number 5. Okay. Not seeing anyone else in the queue. We have communication number 1 and reports 1, 4, and 5, and referral reports 1 through 12, excluding number 5 for the consent agenda. Would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations before council contained in the communication and reports? Councillor Claassen, seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Okay. So we have the following that have been approved on consent. So we have communication number 1, change to council meeting schedule. Reports number 1, correction of dates, business license hearing for April 2025 and changes to business license hearing panel assignments March 2025. Report number 4, below market lease extension to Italian Cultural Center Senior Citizens Housing Society for 2610 South Grandview Highway. And report number 5, license arrangements for city-owned properties at 453 West 12th Avenue. We also have referral report number 1, CD-1 rezoning 1045 West 14th Avenue. Referral report number 2, CD-1 rezoning 396 East 2nd Avenue. Report number 3, CD-1 rezoning 648 through 680 East Broadway and 2505 Fraser Street. Report number 4, rezoning 4471 through 4485 Fraser Street and 691 East 29th Avenue. Referral report number 6, minor industrial zoning amendments. Number 7, CD-1 rezoning 121 through 129 West 11th Avenue. Number 8, regulatory changes toward 3331 permitting targets. Referral report number 9, CD-1 rezoning 2111 Main Street. Report number 10, CD-1 rezoning 4910 through 4950 Willow Street. Referral report number 11, CD-1 rezoning 282 West 49th Avenue, Langara Family YMCA. And referral report number 12, CD-1 rezoning 2950 Prince Edward Street. Me for 1 sec. Okay, so the next item we have in the queue is report number 2, Mayor's Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee transmitter report. Now, before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they are in a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone wish to declare a conflict? No? Okay, now this item does not have a presentation. However, Karen, did you?
Give me a sec. Start my panel. Oh, you don't have your panel on. Can I speak without the mic? I'm having technical problems.
It's up now.
Oh, it's on now. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Just want to call to Council's attention a slight misstatement in the report, just to get the proper information on record. On page 37 of the report's appendix, there's reference to an AI job analysis and description tool. The original wording in the report is the following sentence: job analysis and description engine leverages generative AI to support the development of job descriptions, resulting in the elimination of 1 full-time staff person, and it was implemented in December 2024. There's a couple of elements there that weren't entirely correct that came to light after the report was published, so I'm just going to read the more accurate description of this tool. The city's new job analysis and description engine uses AI to convert position descriptions into a standardized format for input into the city's digital hiring platform, ensuring compliance and reducing processing time by 50%. The testing was completed in December 2024, and full target implementation is in the fall of 2025. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now, Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members, and Councillor Joe, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So thanks for this report. I saw a lot of very good information in this report. So I do have some questions following up from the last week's the oversight committee meeting. So about this absenteeism. So it's very encouraging to see 25% reduction for the fire rescue services, but it is still high, 20.9 days. I think one of the reasons was because we are using the average instead of median because of those long-term disabilities. I'm not sure if Deputy City Manager, you have the number for the median, so give us more objective number.
We do not have the number on hand, but we can certainly get that to council.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Other questions, again, I saw the park board absenteeism is increased by 5%. Do you have any comments, the reason why for that 5% increase?
I don't believe the GM of the park board is here or the GM of HR. What we can say is that everybody is well aware of the issue. The park board recently hired a full-time position to manage absenteeism in a more concentrated way. And we can, again, get back to council with more information, the drivers underlying that increase in absenteeism in the park board.
Yeah, thanks. Again, regarding this absenteeism, so what other specific strategies are in place to reduce the absenteeism rate, especially for the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services? And does this strategy apply to other departments?
Part of the strategy has been, first of all, just surfacing the data, really working on return to work. HR has a whole program with return to work and helping employees get back to work. I don't know, Deputy City Manager Singh, if you have any comments on the absenteeism you can add? No, okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Other questions regarding the shortening the budget cycle. So very good to see that we'll be reducing to 3 weeks. So what are the measurable benefits, especially the fiscal benefits, for shortening the budget cycle?
Yeah, thank you. There's hundreds of person hours that will be saved through a shorter budget cycle, just in terms of all the labor to get that that budget produced over a shorter period of time. That's the main temporal and financial benefit. That's not the only benefit of the new SAP budget system we've got. We're also moving toward better data-driven decision-making and more understanding of cost drivers and revenue drivers underlying the budget creation.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, also very encouraging to see the AI-powered tools to help city operations. Can you provide some update regarding the Microsoft Copilot and e-comply? How do we use those tools to improve city operations? How can we generate money saving opportunities or other efficiencies?
Sure, thanks for the question. Those are two very different tools, so I'll answer them one by one. E-comply is a system that we're standing up to help applicants when they're applying for permits, for building permits and trade permits. And the way e-comply works is the applicant will be able to upload their digital plan and in real time understand where they're complying and where they're not, both visually and also text-based feedback. The huge benefit here is, first of all, it's a way better customer experience for the applicant, where they can just sit at their computer and figure out how to create a complete and full application as efficiently as possible. The other very, very big benefit is that by the time the city, with this new system, by the time the city receives the application from the applicant, it will be compliant. Currently there's a lot of back and forth for many, many applications just to get the applicant to a place where it's compliant and the city can then evaluate it for a permit approval. So very big benefits, both in terms of city staff time and applicant time and the applicant experience. With respect to Copilot, Copilot is the same as ChatGPT and other AI search engines. Employees are using it for a number of things, but that's typically an office worker type tool to write reports, to shorten up reports, to summarize reports that you're reading, to do research and so on. So just like anybody would use, it's Google Plus and really helping us a lot. I think one of the really big benefits is in the report writing and report reading area. The other place, I don't have the details, but I know that our technology services staff are using it to support coding as well.
Okay, thank you, Karen. I'm running out of time. I'm going to provide the remarks later. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for this update to the task force committee, which I'm a part of. I had a question around recommendation 4. That's around using empirical evidence to ensure equity and modernize the funding model for the city. One of the achievements is under non-tax revenue. So pursuing new non-tax revenues under various sources, including sponsorship and naming rights, and delivering market rental housing on city land. It says revenues from non-tax sources increased by $15 million in 2024 versus 2023. And we're expecting another $10 million increase in 2025. Just looking for more information as to what's driving those revenue increases in non-tax sources.
Yeah, thank you. There's a few different areas. Ones to note include investment revenues, which with interest rates being higher, returns have been good. So that's one area. Parking revenues is another. As noted elsewhere in the document, the PEF dividend has doubled actually in the last couple of years. So that's another area for non-tax revenues. What we anticipate going into the future, as council is aware, is sponsorship and naming rights revenues, and will be increasing as well.
Okay, that's great. I don't know if you have this information offhand, but in terms of PEF, what percentage of that revenue increase would be attributed to PEF increase? Is that most of it, or is it kind of a mix of parking, PEF, and...
It's definitely a mix, but I'm hoping I don't have to do math in my head.
That's okay.
I can let you know the percentage.
Sure, okay. That's really encouraging news, so thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will now hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers will have 3 minutes to speak, should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. I'll also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. So now the first speaker we have is Sarah McLeod.
I'll ask the same question I did last time. Is it AI? Who did that? No, was it? Okay. Thanks, Mayor and councillors and people for letting me speak. I don't have much time, so I'll just point on some things that I'm curious about, because there's a lot of focus on looking at data and analysis, but even in the mandate for this committee, it says to make recommendations to council to support council decisions concerning this work. So I just have a question about if the data and analytics that are chosen, if they're cherry picked in a way to support everything there, if we're not looking at a broader sense and just looking at analytics and data to get the best possible result. And that I have a couple examples of how maybe the data actually doesn't line up. If we're going to be making budget policy, there's other policies that have been made where the data and analytics actually don't make sense anymore. So one of the things in recommendation 7, there's talk about the VAN dashboard, which is public. I'm just picking one here because I have limited time. But for example, like the metric here says that 311 calls answered within 30 seconds is more than 77%. Just from my own personal experience, I've called 311 maybe a dozen times in the past few weeks. Today was the first day that I called them, and it was under 60 seconds to answer. I'm just one person, but I'm just taking my own little survey. The average was actually more like 6 minutes. And like the lowest before today was like a minute and a half, highest up to 8 to 12. So again, if we're basing things on analytics and statistics and data and all that stuff, like, are these updated? Are we cherry picking certain ones to, again, just support decisions, council decisions concerning this work? Or are we taking everything into account? And then I'll just say, because I have limited time, one more minute, there's sometimes there's verbiage in this sometimes that talks about how, implementing these things is going to do 3 things. It's going to reduce costs. It's going to make things go faster. It's going to make things better. I actually have a decade-long career in planning and scheduling and logistics in project management. And you could just ask AI, which is what I did last night. Can you have cheaper, faster, and better, all 3 things? And AI told me no. And if anyone knows project management, there's the iron rule. According to Common Saying, NASA came up with this saying actually, you can pick two. You unfortunately can't have it all. There are, I will say, some common or some very rare cases where if you find a nice balance, like you can have like maybe 75% of all those things, but you can't have all of them. So I'm just kind of wondering, are these ideal goals, which are awesome, or are they realistic goals? That's all I can talk on because I'm out of time.
Sarah, thank you very much for coming in today. Now, that is the end of our speakers list. So once again, Sarah, thank you very much. Would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Joe, you're on the queue.
Yeah, so so through you, Chair, so I'm going to ask the question to our Deputy City Manager regarding the speaker's question about data cherry picking. So,
Sorry, Councillor Joe, can we move the motion second? There will be time
okay,
discussion then. Pardon?
I'll second.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Kirby Young, seconded by Councillor Joe. Okay, so Council, is there any time for, is there any discussion? Councillor Joe, please go ahead. And can we please reset Councillor Joe's clock?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just through you, Chair, ask a question to our Deputy City Manager regarding the speaker's question about data cherry picking. So, because we have a lot of data, a lot of KPIs report, the question is how do we align those report and KPIs to our council priorities? So instead of cherry picking the data or KPIs.
I wouldn't characterize the way staff analyzes data as cherry picking ever. I will say that depending on what data set we're talking about, there will always be assumptions or brackets around the data used to inform whatever metric is being measured. We certainly never start with the conclusion we look for and then create a data set to support it. That would be unprofessional.
Okay, thank you, Karen. I'll come back to the queue for remarks later. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Claassen.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And I just a few real brief remarks on how impressed I am by this work overall. I'm seeing transformative change that are coming out of this task force recommendations. So I want to thank staff and members of the task force themselves who have been showing the leadership on this one. I just wanted to point out the area that I'm particularly watching and have been really excited to see the progress is under recommendation 12, leverage technology to optimize operations. We know that systems and local governments are quickly learning to adopt new tools through AI, the management of data, and to be able to really take some of the more complex functions of running our city and putting them into new tools and systems that are going to benefit the residents of the city. And to that end, I wanted just to point out there was an article in the Portugal News that was published yesterday, and the title is Portugal Takes Lessons from Vancouver and Vienna. And subhead is Artificial Intelligence Offers Transformative Solutions to Address the Pressing Need for Housing Development, especially as urban populations grow and housing shortages intensify worldwide. Just in short, this is an article which has been, I think in today's council news clippings, that really goes into the fact that Vancouver is showing leadership on a global scale and in terms of adopting our tools, and that's a credit to our team here at the city. So I just wanted to take a moment to recognize that, in addition to expressing my broad support and enthusiasm for the work of the task force. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. Just some brief remarks. Thank you to staff for all of your hard work on this update. To the Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee, it's much appreciated. The presentation has, I think, a lot of encouraging updates and news around managing spending, finding increased efficiencies, developing performance indicators, and in particular, I think the work underway to increase non-tax revenues that I highlighted through my questions. That's really going to help us keep property tax increases to a minimum in the future. So lots of great work happening there. Also, some of the other work contained in the report, things like looking at actually doing bulk fuel buying with neighboring municipalities. That's helping to drive down some of the costs for fuel for city vehicles. So just really encouraging news and report. And again, want to extend my gratitude to staff for all your hard work on this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Also, I want to take a moment to recognize the tremendous effort that are gone into this report and the implementation of the Mayor's budget task force recommendations. I really want to extend my sincere appreciation to our city staff, particularly those who have worked tirelessly on the budget task force implementation oversight committee for your dedication and commitment to improving our financial management and governance processes. This report highlights the significant progress we have made in strengthening the fiscal accountability, modernizing our funding model, and enhancing efficiency across city operations. It is clear that we are taking meaningful steps to ensure long-term fiscal sustainability while continue to deliver high-quality services to our residents in the city. I'm particularly encouraged by the strides we have made in improving financial planning, increasing transparency, and identifying cost-saving measures that will benefit taxpayer at the end of the day. The advancements in performance metrics, the progress on routing optimization, which is also my personal passion, and also the proactive approach to capital asset management are all critical steps in ensuring more accountable and responsible budget process. Well, there's still so much work to do for sure, but this report demonstrates that we are moving in the right direction. I look forward to seeing continued progress on these initiatives and to working alongside with my colleagues and the city staff to further strengthen Vancouver's financial future. Once again, my gratitude to our staff for their diligence, expertise, and unwavering commitment to making Vancouver more financially resilient and well-managed city. I wholeheartedly support this report and look forward to continue working with our amazing staff and colleagues at this budget task force implementation oversight committee. It's such a long name, as always. Okay, but thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, just adding one point that wasn't touched on here, and it was really around Recommendation 5, Creative Finance Committee, and I was actually really happy to see this one. It sort of aligns with the work that Council has previously discussed with reviewing and modernizing our committee structure, and it's always struck me as incredibly odd that, first of all, unlike other cities, municipalities, Vancouver doesn't have I think it used to back in the day, but it doesn't have any specific committees like finance or transportation, for example. And then we have these sort of very odd structures where we have a council meeting chaired by the mayor on the Tuesday, and then on the Wednesday we have two different standing committees, one being finance and the other city services, and it's not a finance committee. None of the actual content or recommendations on those agendas are actually finance or city services necessarily, and they don't align. And it doesn't function, so we have chairs of those committees, but they don't actually function in terms of materially discussing finance issues. So I think that will tie into some broader work that's happening around committee structure overall. But I just wanted to highlight that one. It's interesting to sort of see the external validation for something I think that we've long observed is really a bit of an anomaly. And I know in a lot of other cities, they are able to really delve into a lot of work and a committee structure versus sort of the committee of the whole. So I'm interested to sort of see what comes of that particular piece, and just wanted to acknowledge and highlight that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm now going to call the vote. Can we please go to the voting panel? All right, and that passes unanimously. And that completes report number 2. And just going to thank you for all the hard work that the team's put into that. Okay, the next item on the agenda is number 3, key directions for the Healthy Waters Plan. Now, before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes that they are in a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. All right, seeing no one's hands up, we do have a presentation from our team, and so please go ahead. Great. Perfect. Thanks.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Sidwell. I'm the Director of Urban Watershed Sewers and Drainage in the Engineering Services Department, and we're here today to give you an update on our Healthy Waters Plan. So in May 2020, there was a motion for the city to create a sewage and rainwater management plan, and so we've been doing that over the last few years. We came to you in February 2023 with an update on our phase 1 of the plan. And today we're here to present to you our phase 2 outcomes with our key directions for the plan going forward. So very exciting information to share. We're very happy to be here and kind of show you what we've got planned. And it's got some really impressive outcomes that we're anticipating, and improved reductions in pollution at a reduced cost than doing 100% sewer separation alone by 2050. So we have Chris Baber here, who's the Associate Director, who leading the Healthy Waters Plan development. So he's here to deliver the presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I just need to get the WebEx set up here. Anyone from City Clerks could assist. Oh, now we got it. Great. Okay, so today we'll begin the presentation providing some background on issues and alignment needs for the Healthy Waters Plan, as well as reviewing the phased approach to the plan development. Following that, we'll be sharing the key directions that we're recommending today, along with a summary of performance outcomes to be expected if we undertake those key directions. And finally, we'll discuss the recommendations before you. So this work was really catalyzed. There's two things that catalyzed this. One was the completion of the Rain City strategy late in 2018, and following that, we had motions from Council and Park Board to accelerate action on combined sewer overflows. In 2020, Council provided us with direction to undertake a comprehensive planning effort, recognizing that we can't address one issue like CSOs and not be tackling other critical areas of risk that need to be managed in sewers and drainage. So this work has a broad scope. A big focus of it is the pollution, not just from combined sewer overflows, but also from the urban runoff. You know, when rain hits our streets and properties, it carries pollutants with it. We also need to address risks related to climate, including flooding. We need to ensure that we have adequate capacity for population growth. And then there's the overarching, kind of financial pressures that we need to work within, and including the need to keep our existing assets in good condition. So just in terms of aligning this work, there are a number of different initiatives that are critical. Here's a handful of kind of the highest priority ones. Firstly, we have the City of Vancouver UNDRIP Action Plan. I'm heartened to be sharing that all three of our local First Nations are participating in the Healthy Waters Plan. And recognizing that the impacts of urbanization, including the burying of creeks, as well as release of untreated sewage and other waste into the water, have had major impacts on the livelihoods of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, including closure of fisheries. We also have an initiative that's being led by the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. It's called the Burrard Inlet Action Plan. The Tsleil-Waututh has delegated authority from the province of BC to develop an action plan, including the setting of water quality objectives that apply to sewer discharges and other sources of pollution, with an overarching objective of reopening fisheries over time, including shellfish fisheries. At the City of Vancouver, we have the Vancouver Plan and accommodating the growth envisioned under it, as well as aligning with the development of ecological corridors. And we have the Climate Change Adaptation Strategy. Lastly, we have the Regional Liquid Waste Management Plan that we refer to as the LWMP. This plan gets developed by the region in consultation with municipalities. And once it's completed, it goes to the province of BC, who approves it, and following approval, the actions within it become regulatory targets to be met. We're currently working underneath the 2011 version of the LWMP, which includes actions such as separating our combined sewers at a rate of 1% per year and preventing combined sewer overflows by 2050. Metro Vancouver is in the process of updating the LWMP, targeting completion this year. And during that time, we've had a meeting with the province of BC, and they've indicated to us that we have an opportunity to, at a later date, when we've completed the Healthy Waters Plan, seek an amendment to the LWMP to align with this work. And the province gave us that direction, recognizing that we're putting a considerable amount of resources into this, and we're doing the heavy lifting too in terms of the engagement with local nations and other critical partners. So this provides us with an opportunity to recalibrate to an approach that's better aligned with ecosystem and public health outcomes while responding to the fiscal reality of the day. So in terms of how we're delivering this project, it's a three-phased plan. We completed the first phase and reported back to you in 2023, where you provided us with direction on a strategic framework of guiding principles, goal areas, and objectives, which then guide the plan development. We also reported to you with the current state assessment so that we had all the information, foundational information necessary to do this plan, and as well as a priority action plan so that we could be proceeding with time-sensitive actions in parallel with this initiative. Today, we're here to share the key directions for the Healthy Waters Plan. This has been the most resource and intensive a portion of the work. Involves evaluating a wide range of infrastructure, program, policy strategies, and finding the right combination to deliver on multiple objectives while keeping within affordability limits. Subject to your direction today, we'll be seeking a direction to develop the final adaptive implementation plan, and that will give us much more clarity around where we need to prioritize our investments first to achieve the most bang for our buck, as well as what are the key KPIs or metrics that we will be tracking over time. So we're not working towards this 2050 target. We have interim milestones that we can be matching our progress against. So in phase two, our focus has been to define key directions and actions that accelerate the elimination of CSOs while mitigating pollution from urban runoff, maximizing value for money, responding to the strategic goal areas and objectives which you approved, and also meeting affordability and implementability objectives. So we have three key directions that we're here to share today. First one is to adopt an enhanced approach to sewer separation to accelerate efforts to reduce pollution impacts. The second item is to expand the use of green rainwater infrastructure in streets and public spaces. And the third one is to optimize the use of rainwater management policy for redevelopment. So the first key direction, enhanced approach to sewer separation. We have a few sub-actions under here. One is to prioritize sewer separation in areas adjacent to downstream water bodies and working upstream to more rapidly remove the rainwater, groundwater, and buried creeks from the sewer system. We also are going to be defining new approaches to accelerate separation of combined property connections. Currently, so a major barrier to achieving CSO elimination is our combined sewer connections, and that includes the plumbing on the properties as well as the pipes connecting to the sewer mains in the streets. About 40% of our properties have combined connections, and historically we've been leveraging the redevelopment process to address those connections. But in order for us to achieve meaningful progress, we need to take some proactive action around separating the rainwater flows. And finally, we will be coming back in phase three with a prioritized plan for investments to maximize the value for money outcomes, taking into consideration the ecosystem and public health outcomes, factoring in the differences between the different water bodies which receive CSOs, along with considering the asset renewal, flooding, growth, and other drivers. The second key direction is to expand the use of green rainwater infrastructure in streets and public properties. This includes blue-green systems, which serve as park-like corridors. And they provide drainage functions. They provide flooding prevention, manage water quality, ecosystem services, and also provide people with access to nature. This item also includes distributed green infrastructure in natural areas in streets, wetlands and floodable spaces, which can store water during storm periods and protect against flooding while also providing ecosystem services, waterway restoration, including creek daylighting, and rainwater runoff treatment devices, which clean pollutants running off of streets. Finally, the third key direction is to optimize rainwater management for redevelopment. This includes assessing opportunities to enhance current detention tank-based standards to address both flooding and CSO risks while expanding rainwater reuse opportunities. We will also be exploring cost-effective opportunities for retention or hybrid retention-detention-based solutions, considering appropriate building types and geographical factors. And finally, this will require consultation with the development industry to ensure that the optimizations are affordable and implementable. There are also a number of items that we're recommending further exploration on. One is around alignment of the development of a groundwater strategy. We have a lot of groundwater entering our system. It impacts the capacity of city and regional infrastructure, and that water comes from leaks in our pipes, and it also comes from the foundation drainage systems of larger buildings with deep basements. We will also recommend assessing the feasibility of CSO rapid treatment and storage solutions. CSO rapid treatment is commonplace in other jurisdictions. It's used to remove solids and kill pathogens before CSOs are discharged. And storage solutions are simply tanks which fill up during a storm event and then slowly release back to the treatment plant as the rain event ends. Two more items. One is completing an extreme rainfall risk assessment to define our flood prevention policy and critical investments. And finally, we will be updating our source control measures, which keep pollutants out of the system through public education, regulation, and other programs. I'm going to share a brief summary of the anticipated performance outcomes, recognizing that at this stage, the analysis is preliminary and will be refined in the next phase of work. The Healthy Waters Plan is forecast to eliminate between 80 and 94% of fecal pollution and 25% of suspended solids pollution by 2050. Fecal pollution is an indicator of pathogens that are present in both wastewater as well as runoff from streets and public spaces. Suspended solids represent a broad range of pollutants that largely impact ecosystem health. If we were to just plow ahead and focus all of our efforts on sewer separation to fully separate the network by 2050 to align with the current LWMP without investing in the investments to treat the rainwater runoff, we would eliminate about 94% of the fecal pollution, but our suspended solids pollution would increase by 44%. So taking the complete separation by 2050 approach would achieve a similar outcome with respect to the fecal pollution, but ecosystem health would worsen. Oh, and one other point to make on the previous slide is the Healthy Waters Plan will also see near-term reductions in CSOs in a more timely manner than the approach of separating everything by 2050 and waiting for redevelopment to deal with property connections. So an overarching focus for our work has been to chart a more financially sustainable path for sewers and drainage investments. For investment planning purposes, we have forecast future revenues considering property taxes, utility fees, the utilities DCL, and connection charges. As you see on this chart, there's been a recent ramp up, and that's primarily due to the introduction of the utilities DCL, as well as the addition of infrastructure levies to deal with the infrastructure deficit. The forecast funding going forward considers nominal increases to property tax and utility fees, as well as is taken into consideration growth in the customer base through population. So to complete full separation of the network by 2050, and this does not include any green infrastructure, would result in a funding shortfall of approximately $2 billion beyond what our forecast revenues are. So otherwise, to deliver full separation of the network by 2050, we would more or less need to double our sewer fees and drainage-related property tax allocations. This is viewed by staff as untenable. The Healthy Waters Plan instead presents a more financially viable alternative to full separation by 2050. It does include periods of time where costs may exceed revenues coming in, but those peaks are considered to be financeable from a debt perspective. And there will be opportunities in phase 3 to smooth out this cost profile. So to summarize, the Healthy Waters Plan aims to deliver greater pollution reduction improvements by 2050 than 100% sewer separation alone at a significantly lower cost. It also delivers on other critical objectives relating to livability, ecosystem health, climate adaptation, and flooding risk reduction. So the final slide is the recommendation on the report. Staff recommend that Council adopt the key directions for the Healthy Waters Plan as described in this report and direct staff to 1, report back with an implementation plan and the results of feasibility studies and other works as described in this report by Q3 2026, and incorporate the key directions in future capital planning, including the development of the Public Infrastructure Investment Framework and the 2027 to 2030 capital plan. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young. Oh, by the way, Councillor, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members, and Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up.
Yeah, thanks very much. And thanks very much for a really important report. As you probably remember, I brought a motion forward in July 2019 that was titled Options for an Accelerated Timeline for Addressing CSOs. And so 5-6 years ago now, recognizing that we have very aging infrastructure, and that contemplated at the time looking at gray and green infrastructure. So I'm really happy to see this report. I have a couple of questions around just expanding some of the points that you brought forward. You said that without taking an alternate approach by 2050, we would have a $2 billion gap. And obviously Vancouver is sort of the oldest pipes in the regions, one of the reasons why we're unseparated, unlike some other municipalities. And that would mean doubling fees. You also showed the graph that showed the Healthy Waters Plan would reduce fees. Can you give us a bit more perspective by what percentage, like versus doubling, they would have to go up by an order of magnitude of kind of in what area?
So in our work, what we have done is we've defined a total overall funding envelope for sewers and rainwater management, considering all forecast revenues between now and 2075. The green line that you see points, and that chart was to 2050, but if you project it beyond 2050, you'll see the green line go below the revenues. So the amount of investments contemplated in the Healthy Waters Plan are within the forecast revenues.
I guess what I'm asking is they're going to have to go up over what they are today. So they would have had to go up without the Healthy Waters Plan. You said double. What order of magnitude will they have to go up with this plan? 25%, 50%?
So we're forecasting an increase of 6% annual increases, including infrastructure levy through to 2032. And beyond that, revenues are growing with inflation rate and growth in the customer base.
Okay. That's helpful perspective. With respects to building regulations currently, and I know for all new buildings, we're putting in the rainwater management requirements. Do we feel that those are sufficient? Is there anything else that we could be doing there as we have either redevelopment or new building opportunities to put in the additional rainwater capture, rainwater management, or do you think we're well situated there with the existing regulations?
So there's a balance, like what we're trying to do ultimately is manage the risks in CSOs and flooding at the lowest overall cost, considering the infrastructure costs in the public realm and the policy costs on the development. At this point in time, what we're looking to bring forward is an update to the VBBL for larger and complex buildings. So the current approach for generally results in a detention tank will be optimized. So that detention tank now provides some flooding prevention and capacity benefits, but we're looking to add some optimization to it so that it will also mitigate the CSO risks.
Okay, and when do you expect that will come to council?
Q3 of 2025 as part of the overall BBBL update.
Thanks. And then my last question is really around with the new utilities DCL that was put in, and I was on council, we did that, and the infrastructure levy. Do we feel like that's sufficient to sustain? Is there any impact from the changing provincial regulations? There's so many acronyms, CCCACs, ACCs, other Cs. We're doing the utilities. Is there any negative impact or complications from the provincial framework that will impact that funding, those funding streams?
So in the forecast revenue that we put into development of the plan basically assumed that the current state of funding from development would be maintained for utilities, with just the growth going from the organic growth of development activities and passing on escalation and living within. It's really the provincial changes shouldn't impact the eligibility for DCLs. The issue is more adding new services and the prioritization of how the city chooses to allocate the development funding. So it's ultimately up to council to decide how to prioritize allocation of those.
Sure. So the utilities DCL goes specifically towards the utilities and sewers, but then what you're saying, if I can translate into layman's terms, is that council can also allocate other DCLs to major infrastructure potentially, like this.
Yeah, so with the introduction of DCLs for public safety or for recycling facilities, the DCL capacity can be allocated different things into different bylaws. You could increase the citywide DCL and reduce the utilities DCL, but the projection that we've maintained is that the current level of allocation supporting the utilities DCL would be maintained and just grow organically with growth and cost escalation.
Got it. Thank you very much.
We're out of time. Great. Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just a couple of quick remarks. First of all, what an incredibly comprehensive report. So much really interesting information here and a real long-term vision for how we address many aspects of our water system in a rainforest region. I just had a couple of quick questions. I'm trying to understand if the report, and I may have not fully grasped this yet, one of the big challenges that we have faced when it comes to the transit-oriented development is the limited capacity for infrastructure around the Nanaimo and 29th Avenue SkyTrain stations, for example, both kind of addressing forgot the word I'm looking for. Anyway, the water that was sort of come from that and ways to try and mitigate that. I've heard some discussion around ideas that would to address stormwater, such as around Trout Lake. Are we exploring how does this report advance some of that work? I meant to say watersheds. Sorry. Yeah.
Hi, Amy Sidwell. So yeah, we have been looking at that definitely with all the transit-oriented areas and new developments that we're enabling. We're looking at kind of innovative solutions, and in that work around optimizing solutions for redevelopment, we are looking at an alternative around kind of the tanking and the retention and detention systems and making those systems bigger so that we can have capacity in our storm system so that we're able to enable development. So those are some of the changes that we were mentioning earlier are going to be coming forward in Q3 of this year.
Thank you. I have been watching and been kind of excited to see most recent work is Gibby's Field, which is really, again, sort of addressing rainwater management in that neighborhood. The Tatlow Park changes, which I've just had a chance to see. And of course, ongoing work that includes Hastings Park, New Brighton Park, and which is other work that's been sort of inching along over the years. So I'm quite curious to know how are we going to really make this more showpieces across the city in terms of making sure that people get to experience that nature and see that kind of green in a similar way that they can see Tatlow Park. Are there other potential areas that we could really expand upon that are cited in this plan?
So yes, we've really been working with our partners across the city in parks and environmental services around kind of aligning our work with the ecological network that's being put together so that we're making sure that we're taking advantage of these opportunities to do projects together. So yeah, we Still Creek, we have a big plan around trying to do some more creek daylighting there. I know we've got Columbia, Alberta Park that we're looking at some work there as well. So yeah, there's a lot of exciting projects that are coming that we're kind of seeing that we can achieve some mutual benefits for our sewer capacity needs, for people to enjoy and livability, and for the ecological benefits.
Thanks. And it would not be a council meeting report if I did not mention my favorite subject, which is country lanes. And I know that last year we gave some direction to look at that. And I'm looking at the city engineer to see if there are any updates that are pending in 2025 around your view on those great features that neighborhoods could have.
Sure, I can comment on that. My name is Rob Lukes. I'm the Associate Director of Green Infrastructure Implementation. So the street design has been working through the backlog of petition requests for laneway upgrades. I think 2 have had successful petitions. For one of those locations, it was infeasible to do green infrastructure approach, but the other one we're proceeding with that minimum cost-effective option that was presented on a previous council using an infiltration trench design. But we are in the process of working with street design to incorporate a country lanes 2.0 option that would be available for those residents applying to the local improvement bylaw. So that would be a edge-to-edge grass paver design. So that would be a more expensive option, but one that residents could choose.
Great, and I like the sound of that. Do we have an idea when we might be able to put that in the window on our website, for example, and provide that as an option for
And I'm sorry,
I'm out of time. Sorry, I guess we'll have to.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the update. Just a couple of follow-up questions. One, appreciating the comments around sewer separation not being the full solution, but can you just comment on the regulatory expectations from the province and how we meet those still with respect to the 2050 date and what kind of conversations we're having there?
Yeah, so the approach that we're taking and that we're moving forward is one that has some adaptability with uncertainty around the regulations, and it does have a path forward within it to comply with the existing 1% and eliminate CSOs by 2050. But we have a lot more work to do in phase 3 to really define like what are the interim wins that we could achieve between now and then, as well as assessing technology options like CSO rapid treatment and storage that might allow us to get further acceleration, not without a cost. So in terms of how we proceed, the door has been open to us, at our wish. At the end of the Healthy Waters Plan, if we want to, we can seek an amendment to the LWMP to get it better aligned with whatever the outcome of phase 3 is. But that's at our option, and it'll be up to us to decide whether it's necessary at the conclusion of this work, whether we need to adjust the 2050 CSO elimination target or bring in other commitments around managing the urban runoff pollution, which isn't really strongly signaled in the existing plan.
Thank you. And well, I know an enormous focus of this has been around the CSOs and the separation. I'm just curious if you could comment a little bit more on broadly pollutants related to our waters, particularly False Creek, Inner Harbor basins around with respect to boating, but also animal wildlife as well. We've seen some issues with beaches in past years. I know there's been some studies done with UBC, but can you comment a little bit on that in the context of the Healthy Water Strategy? And thank you.
Good morning. I'm Margot Davis. I'm the Associate Director of Environmental Services for the city. Yeah, there has been quite a lot of work done to improve the water quality within False Creek, and we know that there are a number of different sources, one being CSOs and impacted urban runoff, as well as then illegal discharges from boats and wildlife. The city has invested quite a bit of resources into additional water quality studies, investigations, source control remedies, and we've actually partnered with different groups and run microbial source indicator to actually try and find specific sources. But it is a bit of a needle in a haystack, being that there's so many sources at any one time, and a lot of work involved. But we do think significant progress is being made, because we have seen improvements to aquatic life in False Creek. And we do bring forward a report on False Creek water quality improvements regularly to council, which is just underway right now, and we'll be coming forward and give more details, fulsome details in the next couple months.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for that update. Thanks, Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the report and the presentation, and the you touched a few times on the microplastics, and of course we've heard some very alarming news just in the last couple of weeks about microplastics, including we all have about a teaspoon worth of microplastics in our brain, and that 99% of all aquatic life has microplastics in it, which is alarming. So I know that some of the microplastic sources are coming from things like tires, and you articulate that in the report. How are we, and obviously we're not the biggest source of microplastics, but how do our systems filter or address microplastics, and are we monitoring microplastics that are coming out of our environment?
Great question. Yeah, there's a lot of emerging science around microplastics, and it's not the cheeriest subject matter. So when it comes to sewage and rainwater management, like we have sources in stormwater that includes, tire dust, as well as laundry, like the vents from laundry emit, microfibers as well that end up, in our drainage systems. I'll turn it over to Rob Lukes, who can speak to the performance of GRI in removing microplastics from stormwater. For sanitary water, wastewater treatment plants, I understand do provide some performance in terms of elimination, particularly those that move towards secondary and tertiary. And then source control actions are really, really important in this area, because the best thing that we can do is keep the microplastics out of the sewers in the first place. And there may be opportunities to adapt plumbing code, public education, et cetera, so that waste from laundry isn't such a huge emitter in the future. Do you have anything to add, Rob?
And I guess tangential to that too, our shift towards road markings away from oil-based paints to, I think, plastic-based paints, is that a consideration as well? But, sorry.
Well, yeah, we'd have to look into that a bit more, but I know part of this plan, we're contemplating additional street sweeping efforts around the city. So that's another place where we could try and alleviate some of the sources of contaminants coming into our system.
And I would just add, we are monitoring green infrastructure performance. Most of our green infrastructure is of the filtering variety that's filtering stormwater through soils. And what we're finding is the total suspended solids, which includes the microplastics, the 98 to 99% are removed through that, through those facilities. There are some other types of infrastructure that we're installing, like the stormwater treatment manhole, much smaller footprint, that they're cheaper, but they have a lesser treatment, maybe about 50%. But this is something we continue to monitor, especially when we put in new varieties of green infrastructure. And we report on that in a published report every 2 years.
So it is fairly effective in suspending, you're saying, a majority of the microplastics.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good news. All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, but before we do that, can we, we're going to go to registered speakers for the report. Yeah. Okay, so public speakers will have 3 minutes to speak, should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not so noted on the speakers list. So our first public speaker is Matt Brown.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm calling in support of this. I'm a current member of the Board of Directors of the False Creek Friends Society and the former Fraser River Keeper and Western Watersheds Director for Swim Drink Fish Canada. My support comes easily for this project. I've worked with municipal and regional governments across Canada in Kingston, Toronto, Edmonton, and southern Vancouver Island, respectively. I can confidently say the Healthy Waters Plan really is the gold standard for cities across Canada to meet. Your continued investment will continue to show leadership in restoring and protecting what is our greatest resource when we think of water. What's special about this program for me, with the experience I've had with working with different stakeholders in government, industry, the whole 9 yards, is the collaboration and the inclusivity of the way they've brought so many of us on board in this project, and the ability to think differently and creatively to come up with solutions. And I think Chris and the rest of the team deserve an enormous amount of credit. And today, speaking about, you know, the shift away from full separation and different avenues to lessen the cost for Vancouver residents is an example of that, and it goes a really long way. Over 80% of Canada's population is located in urban areas, which means urban watersheds are crucial. And they're complicated and complex and really hard to address these issues. But when you do that, you provide social, cultural, and environmental prosperity as a society. And the Healthy Water Plan is at the forefront of that. Lastly, Chris mentioned the alignment with Tsleil-Waututh Nation's shellfish and rec water quality objectives, and I've worked in communities around Vancouver Island and the Central Coast on shellfish and rec water, and some of these areas are considered some of the most pristine waters in the world. But what Vancouver can do by addressing these issues and becoming a leader on them is set themselves apart globally as an urban area that knows how to coexist with industry and burgeoning and growing populations that make us become a lot healthier as a society and learn how to grow and prosper both the planet and as people. So I fully support this work and hope that it continues to get this really important investment. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now that is the end of our speakers list. So thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young moved the motion. Second by Councillor Montague. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff for this work and speak enthusiastically in support of the recommendations. As I referenced earlier, I brought a motion forward in July 2019 to put a stake in the ground to indicate council's support of doing this work. Vancouver has a tough kind of road ahead to hoe as the oldest city. We have the oldest pipes. Sometimes we hear from our neighboring municipalities, well, you know, you're not separated in Vancouver. Well, they're a little bit newer. So they had a chance to kind of separate a bit earlier. I do think it's really interesting to look at how important this is. It does align, I think, also with the work from the Mayor's Budget Task Force about, and something a song sheet that I've been singing from for a while, about the need to start refocusing some of the city spending on our core infrastructure that has been neglected. And it doesn't matter whether it's been our ability to invest in new community centers, but infrastructure like this, because residents expect that you're going to be able to flush your toilets. We are growing. It makes sense to grow responsibly. I do think that we have good policies in place currently in our Vancouver building bylaw. I'm looking forward to seeing what improvements come forward there. But this is about really the ability to renew our aging infrastructure, support new residents that are coming in, protect the environment, and there's a fiscal component to it as well. So I think it's a beautiful thing when your environmental benefits are working in conjunction with your benefits to your pocketbook, and we can actually negate what would otherwise be pretty punitive increases and a trajectory if we didn't take this approach and innovate towards looking at a doubling of fees, which would be pretty tough, I think, for a lot of people. And we're seeing how costs are going with respect to utilities in the region. So I want to really appreciate this work. It's pretty noteworthy to see that only 30% of the water that is entering sewage treatment right now in Vancouver is actually wastewater. 70%, 70, is groundwater and rainwater. So I'm pleased to see that this plan prioritizes the investments to separate the stormwater from the sewage more effectively and will help us modernize our systems, improve our water quality, and reduce pollution. I think this will be an important conversation for council when we get recommendations forward for the capital plan that this council gets to set for 2027 to 2030. That will come quite quickly. Although I know this year is marching on and we've just hit February, but before we know it, we'll be looking at that capital plan. And I think making sure that we have sufficient set aside to advance this work, in my opinion, is going to be a really important priority to embed in that upcoming capital plan. So I really appreciate the work, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next steps. Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm going to now take this to a vote. Can we please go to the voting panel? Great. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, team. Okay, the next item on the agenda is referral report number 5. And so CD-1 836 text amendment 1075 Nelson Street, formerly 1059 through 1083 Nelson Street. Now, before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes that they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to disclose it. Right, seeing no hands up, this item does not have a team member presentation, and Councillor Meisner, you held this item, so you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and hopefully a fairly quick question. I noticed reading through the referral report that this is concerning a project where we offered a cash in lieu option for the social housing units. And I want to get a sense of whether that $55 million payment outlined in the referral report is sufficient enough to replace the 102 social housing units that were originally contemplated for the building. I know that might be a bit complicated, but I just want to get a sense of what that formula looks like. I think this is one of the first projects where we're doing this in the West End, in the Thurlow corridor. So I'd like to get a sense of what does that payment formula look like? How did we get to that $55 million number? And is that envisioned to replace all of those originally anticipated social housing units off-site? I think it might be you.
I'm Director of Housing Policy Online.
Great.
To answer that question.
Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue.
Oh, no, Dan is online apparently.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Meisner, yes, the formula generally is it's probably a question we should get into at public hearing. At a high level, the answer is yes, that the formula is based on the cost of construction off-site. And then there are some other factors we consider including real estate analysis, but the idea is that the cost is based on the cost of construction on another site.
Okay, thanks. I'll get into more details in public hearing, but it just really jumped out to me and I wanted to get some clarification ahead of that date. So thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, would someone like to move a motion? Great. Councillor Claassen, Councillor Joe seconded. Council, is there any discussion? I don't see anyone in the queue, so I'm now going to call it to a vote. If we can please go to the voting screen. Oh. Great. Great, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. Hello? That sounds very weird. Is there an echo here? Can we turn off that speaker, please? There you go. Okay, much better. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item on the agenda is bylaws. Now, we have 12 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes that they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Right. Seeing none. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they want to vote on the enactment. Bylaws 1, 2, 3, and 4 were from the public hearing on May the 24th, 2022. Councillor Claassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Great. Councillor Meisner? Councillor Montague?
I have and I will.
Great. Councillor Joe? Thank you. And I have not, and I will not. Bylaws number 5, 6, 7, and 8 were from the public hearing on January the 21st, 2005. I, Mayor Sim, was absent for this item at the public hearing. I've not reviewed, and so I will not be voting on those items. Bylaw 10 was from the public hearing on July the 12th, 2022. Councillors Claassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and myself were not on council at the time of the public hearing. However, on January the 21st, 2025, Councillors Claassen, Meisner, Montague, and Joe advised that they had reviewed the proceedings and would therefore be voting on the enactment. I have not, and so I will not be voting. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 12? Great. Montague, Councillor Montague, thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Councillor Meisner, thank you. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Administrative motions. Number 1, adoption of Heatherland's design guidelines. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes that they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anybody have a conflict to disclose? All right, seeing none. Council, are there any questions to team members? I don't see any. So would someone like to move the motion? Great, Councillor Joe, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Montague. Council, is there any discussion? All right. So all those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. 15, notice of council member motions. Are there notices of council member motions for the upcoming standing committee meetings? Reminder to please state the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send the title and date to the standing committee meeting via email to the city clerk. Great. And so, Councillor Meisner.
Okay, not to have deja vu here, but I did miss an edit deadline, so I am submitting notice of motion. The title is Bringing Back the Block Party, Supporting Davie Village and Vancouver Pride Celebrations, submitted by myself, and that's for February 26, 2025.
Thank you. Can you just give me 1 second? Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I have 2 notice of motions for February 26th. deferring the collection of development cost levies, DCLs, and related development charges to support new housing and job supply. And the second is sailing past gridlock towards sustainable transportation options.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Myself, I do have one item. I'd like to provide notice of motion for the standing committee meeting on Wednesday, February the 26th, 2025 for a motion titled Temporarily Pausing Net New Supportive Housing Investment in Vancouver to Prioritize Replacing Existing Stock and Promoting Regional Equity. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This isn't calling notice on motion. This is a new motion that I've submitted that I was hoping we could address today. I don't know if this is the time to do that or if it's... Okay, we're not under new business. Okay, all right. I'll jump off. Thank you.
So I'll just bear with me for 1 sec. Okay, so Councillor Fry, that will be, you're going to bring that under new business, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so I just want to make sure we get this right before we move on to new business. Does anybody else have any notice of motion to cover? All right. So, new business. We have one item of new business on the agenda today, and that's requests for leaves of absence as follows. Sure. This motion has been circulated to council at the beginning of the meeting and is available on the screen. Great. Would someone like to move the motion? Great. Councillor Kirby-Young, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Meisner. Council, is there any discussion? No? Okay. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Just bear with me for 1. Okay. Councillor, sorry. Are there any other items of new business? And I see there's a queue now. So Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Yes, Mayor. I do have requests for, or LOAs, sorry, just grabbing them right now, to move under new business. LOA for February 25th, 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. for civic business. LOA for February 27th, 6 p.m. onwards for personal business. LOA April 1st to 3rd, all day, all 3 days for civic business.
Great, thank you very much. Would someone like to second that? Great, Councillor Meisner, thank you. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also submitted a request for additional leaves of absence, which the clerk should have, and I'll read it out. It's for myself, for civic business, for meetings on February 27th from 6 p.m. onwards, March 6th from 6 p.m. onwards, and April 3rd from 3 to 6 on civic business.
Thank you very much. Would someone like to second that motion? Great, thank you, Councillor Fry. Is there any discussion? Nope. Okay, all those in favor say yay.
Okay.
All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Great. Thanks, Mayor. This is now my new business motion that I've circulated earlier, which is a timely piece. Choose Canada, Tariffs, and Buy Local Imperative is the name of the motion.
Second. Happy to second. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. So do we go to amendment queue, or, because I know I'm going to request, sorry. How do yeah. I can just go ahead. Yep. Okay. So I'd like to see the chair to speak to the motion on the floor. I believe so, yes. That'd be acting. Is that you? Okay. Do we have the process? Clerk? It's a change of the month. Okay, so I'm going to see the chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Fry for bringing this motion forward and starting the conversation on what the city can do to address the future potential of tariffs on Canadian goods and the impact they will have on our residents and businesses. With the announcement yesterday that the implementation of tariffs would be paused for 30 days, I'd like for our council to have some dedicated time where we can give this issue our full attention. We do want to ensure that we are considering all the options available to us at the City of Vancouver. And I can tell you, as a side note, it was, there was a lot of activity, a lot of conversations around this issue to make sure that we can address, the impact of these tariffs as we're all going through them, that process yesterday. This pause gives us a crucial opportunity to engage meaningfully with senior levels of government and local businesses, ensuring that we take a thoughtful, strategic, and coordinated approach. It's important that we carefully consider how Vancouver can navigate future tariffs and remain resilient in an unpredictable trade environment. That is why I'd like to move a motion to postpone the consideration of this motion until I call a special council meeting to address the issue of future potential tariffs to be held in advance of the next scheduled council meeting on February the 25th. I don't have the chair.
Thanks, Mayor. You can now take the chair back.
We need.
Sorry. Okay, so do we have a second? No, that it has been seconded. Okay, so we're voting on deferring that to a special council meeting. Okay, so do we need recorded vote or verbal vote? Sorry, Leslie, I can't hear you.
A verbal vote should be fine unless there's
Okay.
opposition.
I don't have control over the microphone system. Sorry. Yeah, is it debatable, clerks? Yeah. Okay. Yes, it is, Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Oh, okay, yeah. I just want to acknowledge conversations with the mayor's office around, I think, the shared concern for these threats to our economy and sovereignty, and moving this motion and some of the intention here around supporting a buy local approach and supporting a buy Canada approach and supporting Team Canada. I think we all share those that resolve. And of course, with the temporary pause on the proposed tariffs, it does buy us a little bit of time. But I do appreciate the mayor's office and the mayor's willingness to work together on this. And I think we all want to come together on this. So happy to engage this conversation in a more dedicated meeting that will allow even the members of the public, I would hope, to speak to this. And I think it's a really important direction. So let's all work together, go Team Canada. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I believe Mayor Sim, are you next on the queue?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Once again, I do want to acknowledge Councillor Fry for bringing this up. And, whereas in this chamber we may not agree on everything, I can tell you, I think we're all very united when it comes to, supporting Canada and everyone who calls Canada home, and having a very thoughtful approach, working together side by side to come to better outcomes. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mayor Sim. Councillor Dominato.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Yes, really appreciate the approach this morning in collaborating and coming together. Thank you to Councillor Fry for advancing the motion. Thank you to the Mayor for wanting to further that discussion and to explore some options with city staff around how we may prepare ourselves as a city. I know this is a conversation that is happening across municipalities throughout the Lower Mainland. and across British Columbia right now. And I was listening to the radio this morning and some of the commentary around the risk and potential of these tariffs. And as one commentator noted, is that the impact of President Trump is actually building some Canadian resolve across the country and bringing Canadians together in a very unique way. And so I think that was quite noteworthy because we're a big country, or a diverse country. We're likely headed into a federal election soon, and this has really emboldened Canadians to come together and have one voice. And I think it's also worth noting that when we talk about the potential impacts of tariffs on the city in terms of the cost of goods and other matters, that this is also about jobs and employment that is far beyond the city of Vancouver and Metro Vancouver. It is mills, it is mines, it is resource-dependent communities outside of the Lower Mainland. And so I think that is another, we have an opportunity to also support those communities and the rally cry, because we actually are dependent on many of those resources for the work that we do, for addressing housing, for addressing climate. And so I'm thrilled to see that we are collectively coming together to work for the betterment of the city, but also our province and the country. And so thank you, Councillor Fry, and to the Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Klassen.
Articulate. It's hard for me to, thank you, Councillor. I wanted to just say that this is obviously a matter that is really tapped into, I think, the collective soul of our country right now. We're at a stage right now where the uncertainty of what's happening globally is really hitting us at home. And I, first of all, want to acknowledge Councillor Fry, who started raising these concerns over the weekend, and the Mayor, who is putting this forward as a special council meeting, and a way for all of us to be there to try and support not only what's happening in the city, but send a signal regionally and across the country that that we're here to try and support Canadians, both in our Canadian economy, the companies, the tech startups that I think here that are going to be really struggling and trying to make sense of potential changes on how we do business across the 49th parallel, but also just the impact that this will have on people's cost of living. We are really being drawn into some very precarious times, and as we are, I think, in many ways, starting to see our city and the province get back on its feet after the impacts of the pandemic. And this is certainly going to, unfortunately, perhaps slow and impact those efforts. So I know that we have a new business and economy office that has a really strong mandate from council to try and really help support local entrepreneurs, local business operators, to make sure that we are seen and hold up a standard of being a business-friendly city. And I think we can certainly do a lot of work here to try and help protect and support our businesses and the people who work locally and create local goods, services, and products, to try and to kind of hear them and make sure that we're on their side going through this unfortunate set of global affairs right now. So I'm very glad to support this, and I look forward to sort of seeing next steps that are emerging out of Councillor Fry's motion and the special council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I just want to speak in support of the motion and appreciate Councillor Fry bringing this forward, and certainly the Mayor for collaborating with Councillor Fry and establishing a special council meeting with the urgency that the situation requires. So it is good that we'll be having a sort of focused and thoughtful conversation and discussion around the issues facing the City of Vancouver, but also municipalities across our region, our province, and our country. We know that as a municipality, no matter what crisis is happening, those downstream impacts are felt locally. So whether we're responding to a surge of migrants or coming into our city, we know that subsidized programs within our city are already oversubscribed. Any financial pressure, economic crisis that could result from these U.S. tariffs, are devastating, and it's our neighbors. It's the folks that we are with and living with every day whose jobs can be compromised. Not to mention, I think, in a growing city with a housing crisis, the downstream impacts to development cannot be understated. We've heard from
Mayor,
developers.
I have or acting mayor, I have a point of procedure.
Yes,
My
Councillor
understanding
Kirby-Young.
is that, sorry to interrupt, but once we have a referral motion on the floor, I believe we're only supposed to speak to the referral motion, not to the substance of the motion. And I think that councillors at this point are making comments, and so we should be, my understanding according to the procedure bylaws, holding those for when we actually have the meeting to discuss the substance, and should be only speaking to the referral.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, for bringing that to my attention. I will need to confer with the clerks on that, so we'll just have to have a recess for...
Chair, I'm okay to wrap up. It's totally fine. I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young being on top of the procedure and hearing from other councillors. But I'll just wrap it up to say that in the future meeting, and this is specifically to the referral, that I did have a call with Bridget Anderson, CEO and President of Greater Vancouver Board of Trade yesterday.
Chair, I have called a point of order on. Chair, I have called a point of order, and I believe that needs to be dealt with.
Councillor Bly, we just do need to deal with that point of order, so I'm just going to call a recess for 3 minutes and we'll come back. Thank you.
Oh, okay. No problem. Thanks, Chair.
There we go. Thanks, everyone. Sorry about the delay there. Just had to clarify a procedural issue and also had technical difficulties. So just on the point of order called by Councillor Kirby-Young, I can confirm that Councillor Kirby-Young is correct. As per 8.4 of the procedure bylaw, what is debatable is the postponement of the motion, but not the substance of the motion itself. That will be debated at the special council meeting. So apologies for not catching that, but I appreciate Councillor Kirby-Young for bringing that to my attention. So that concludes, unless anyone else wants to debate the postponement, please add yourself to the queue on the postponement. Otherwise, we will move on. And I'm not seeing anyone add themselves to the queue. So I believe, clerks, we would go to the vote now. Is that correct? Yep. So we'll vote on the motion to postpone this to a special council meeting before the next regularly scheduled council meeting. So please cast your vote on the voting panel. Thank you. Okay, so that passes unanimously. And hoping I could give the chair back to Mayor Sim now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Bly, you're up.
Thanks very much, Mayor. So I have 2 items of new business. The first is an LOA that has been submitted into the clerks, and that is for meetings on April 1st through to the 3rd for civic business. Sorry, that's the 4th, April 1st to the 4th.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were chairing for a sec. Okay, great. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion passes. And Councillor Bly, you had a second item of new business?
Yes, thanks very much, Mayor. So the second item of new business is an urgent motion that I am putting before council today. And the motion title is Consultation with the Ministry of Housing and BC Housing at a Public Meeting. This motion is coming about as an opportunity for council to meet with or invite BC Housing and the Ministry of Housing to our next council meeting in order to hear directly from BC Housing and the Ministry of Housing on their plans for supportive housing across our region, the needs assessment that they have for supportive housing units that we anticipate, of course, having a discussion on the following day at the committee on February 26th. I think this is an opportunity for us just to ensure that we have a chance to really ask questions at the end of the day of BC Housing and the Ministry of Housing CEO, staff, and elected representatives, and the minister himself, if he's available to come. I will mention that this does this is not sort of coming out of the blue, so to speak. It's obviously in response to a motion that notice was called today. So in response to that, I just wanted to make sure that we as a council, and also where appropriate, public in the public meeting or also in camera as an option, we can ensure to have a clear picture of the needs assessment in terms of housing and the strategy related to wraparound services, what supportive housing really means, and level set sort of any understanding that could be helpful as council makes a decision on the Wednesday. And in conversations with the minister, who I've spoken to and also reconfirmed this morning, this is a very welcomed invitation from our staff to BC Housing and to the ministry, and they would be very grateful for the opportunity to address council directly.
Second.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Councillor.
Yeah, I'm on the queue to call notice pursuant to the procedure bylaw that states before debate begins, any member may call notice of the motion, in which case the chair must place the motion on the agenda for the next regular meeting.
Okay.
I have a point of procedure, Mayor.
Can you give me 1 moment here, please?
Mike.
Sorry. Stop.
Chair.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with me. So we just want to make sure we follow procedure properly. So, and clerk, please interject whenever I get this, if I may not have this accurate. But really, this this is an item that can be brought up at the next council meeting. Uh, so we will go with Councillor Kirby Young's recommendation.
Chair, I have a point of parliamentary procedure.
Sure.
I just seeking some clarification. I did second the motion prior to, and I just seeking some clarification from the clerks. I did second the motion prior to Councillor Kirby Young suggesting notice be called. So can I get clarification if that means then it was debatable as a motion? Yeah.
Why don't we take 5 minutes?
Motion, Mayor, may I have a motion? Or I just want to note the time, and if you need a motion to extend to finish this item, happy to move that.
Yeah, I think we'll need that motion there. So, to extend this meeting to deal with the rest of the business. Okay. All those in favor, say aye. All those
Aye.
opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so we had 1, 2. Sorry, can we get a show of hands again? All those in favor of extending our council meeting to deal with the rest of this section, inquiries and other matters, say aye. So, sorry, can I just see a show of hands? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, all those opposed say nay. 1, 2. I didn't see Councillor apply. So 4 and 4.
And yourself. You have
And myself. Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just clarify my vote? Because it's just, there's a bit of a delay here. So I voted in favor, obviously, of moving the motion.
Okay. Yeah, and I oppose as well. So we will wrap this up at 12 o'clock and reconvene at 3 o'clock. Okay, Council, we're not going to have time to come up with an answer before we adjourn for lunch. So what I suggest is we will reconvene after the in-camera at the allotted time to deal with this item. So please enjoy your lunch. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Sorry for the delay there. We just had to make sure we got the procedure down properly. Let me just log in here. Okay. So I'll just continue on where we left off. Okay, and so I guess there was a question raised by Councillor Dominato. And
Mayor, if I can just interrupt, it's still showing recess until 3:05 on the screen. So if I could have a camera shot at the room, that would be great. Thank you.
okay. We good? Okay, we're all there. And so I believe the question is when a motion is on the floor or open for debate. Now I'm just going to read off. The clerks have put a lot of work into this, so I'm to make sure we get this right. I'm literally going to read off what their instructions are. Okay, and so the recording of the council meeting was reviewed. So in the recording, the chair, which would have been myself, did not acknowledge Councillor Fry seconding Councillor Bly's motion, nor state that the motion was seconded. However, the chair did acknowledge Councillor Kirby-Young's calling of notice and stated that the motion would be added to the agenda of the next standing committee meeting. The procedure bylaw is silent on when a matter is on the floor for debate. Given this, the clerk referred to section 4.3 of Robert's Rules of Order, which states that neither the making nor the seconding of a motion places it before the assembly. Only the chair can do that by a third step of stating the question. When the chair has stated the question, the motion is then on the floor and open to debate. As the chair did not state the question on the floor, the motion was not yet open for debate, despite members of council calling to second the motion. So, with that being said, the clerk did mention that now Councillor Kirby-Young's motion would be the active motion on the floor. Is that correct? Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Kirby-Young called notice, and so now that's the ruling. Is that as clear as mud for everyone? So the long and the short of it, clerk, correct me if I'm wrong. Where we stand right now is Councillor Bly's new business has been referred to the next meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mayor, on a point of personal privilege, can I just clarify, just because there are audio issues here, and I appreciate the grace as I join from meetings in Ottawa at the Big City Mayor's Caucus. I just want to clarify I heard correctly. So because regardless of putting a motion on the floor or whether it was seconded, it's relying on the chair to recognize that motion before it's officially on the floor before the assembly to be voted on. And because notice was called by Councillor Kirby-Young, and you did acknowledge the notice called by Councillor Kirby-Young, that takes precedent in term, or that takes priority in terms of what is now before council to decide on. Which, and just to clarify, you're saying that this is now on the floor, but calling notice on a motion, is that debatable?
I can answer the first part of the question. So the clerk did refer to section, if we're to follow Robert's rules, section 4.3 of Robert's Rules of Order states that neither making nor the seconding of a motion places it before the assembly, as you mentioned. Only the chair can do that by a third step of stating the question. When the chair has stated the question, the motion is then on the floor and open to debate. And as according to the recordings that the clerk reviewed, as I did not state the question was on the floor, the motion was not yet open for debate, despite the fact that the motion was seconded. And then Councillor Kirby, I guess I acknowledge Councillor Kirby Young. Is that correct, clerk? According to the recordings? Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so just on the reason I want to clarify is because common practice has been that when a motion is called or an amendment is made and it's seconded, there's sort of an automatic assumption that it's now on the floor and would have to go through a sort of affirmative vote of council to rescind that. And we have, as practice, sort of stated that because it was seconded, it's officially on the floor. So this is a further clarification, and I appreciate this might feel more complicated than our everyday proceedings with motions and amendments and that part of the procedure bylaw. So as I understand it, this motion has now been delayed, and so any engagement with the province won't happen until after the motion on no net new supportive housing units is debated before council, in which case it makes it moot of value to the public. That's my understanding.
Sorry, was that a question or was that?
Clarification is helpful just in layman's terms so everyone can follow what's happening here, because I know that sometimes it's tricky in a virtual context for those watching online as well.
Yeah. So I maybe I'll add my own color here, and then whether or not these things are debatable or not. So one thing that we have to make sure of is we follow process. Once the process is questioned, I think if standard procedure is when something's seconded and we just go through it. I'm sure that I've been in this chamber where that's been common practice as well. But when we actually have to ask, for clarification, I'm pointing to what the actual 4.3 of Robert's Rule states is the procedure. So it is what it is. The second thing is, groups, basically as standard practice with any council meeting we have, notice of motions, what have you, the public, other organizations, they do have a lot of avenues to get actively engaged through the process, whether it be conversations with various councillors, elected officials, in the media if they want. That no one's stopping anyone from participating in the process, and that's what we're elected here to do, is to hear people. So if any organization wanted to come and have input, they are more than welcome to. That's why we're here as councillors and mayor.
Just a note, just a correction, is that it was actually me that seconded the motion, not Councillor Fry. And so just to note that, and I may not have been heard because he has a louder voice, but I did make that second, and appreciate the clarification on procedure. I'm fine with that, but I just wanted that to be clear.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, so it just for clarity, it wasn't heard in the recording, so sorry about that. Okay, so I'm going to advance. Councillor Dominato, you were in the queue. Was that the comment that you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Also on a point of personal privilege, I will also note that I was on the queue, knowing that urgent motion was coming forward to call notice on that and wasn't recognized on the queue also. So I'd like to also state that for the record. Thank you.
Very much. Okay. So seeing no one else on the queue, and I just want to make sure we're clear here. So clerk, Councillor Bly's matter is going to be referred to the next council meeting. Is that correct? Standing committee.
Yes, that is correct. So February 26th.
Right. Okay. And Councillor Bly.
Sorry, Mayor, I just got one more question, point of clarification, just based on what you said at the end there of your comments that any stakeholder, any group could come and address council. Would it be Could you just clarify if the Ministry of Housing for the province of BC came to speak to council, how long would they have to speak? And same with BC Housing. Could you just clarify for
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Councillor?
that a delegation of BC Housing staff and or the Ministry of Housing minister himself or staff would be bound by the same time limit of 5 minutes that are, or 3 minutes, I should say, that our speakers get?
Can you hold on one sec? Okay, so Councillor, I don't know if I'm answering your question directly, but what I can state is, the mayor and the mayor's office, we are responsible for intergovernmental affairs. We do have conversations with senior levels of government all the time, and we will be advancing those conversations, and they're more than welcome to give us a call as well. As it relates to actually presenting in this chamber, I would defer to the clerk to see, what the protocol is on that.
That would be great. Thank you.
That would be under limits on speakers, 7.5A of the procedure bylaw. They would have 3 minutes to speak to a member's motion.
Okay, 3 minutes. Got it. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Just a thought, if BC Housing or any other ministry were to come speak, staff could also arrange a report in which they would have more time to speak than just the speaker time limit. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Well,
Okay.
just to clarify, sorry to harp on this, but that's essentially what the motion was set to do. So how does staff create that opportunity via staff report? In that instance, maybe further clarification from the deputy city manager would be helpful there, because that contradicts what we're discussing here.
Thanks, Chair. Staff would need direction from council to engage the ministry and have them, they agree, come to speak.
Okay, so but that motion's just been called notice on, so we won't hear from it, that motion in any potential future delegation as a result of that motion passing, should it pass, until well after February 26th, just to be clear, so that everyone's on the same page.
Yep. Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Bly. Are there any other comments or questions from, seeing no one else in the queue? Any other, new business, Councillor Kirby Young. And we're under new business.
Are we moving to inquiries and other matters yet? Or have we concluded new business?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that everyone has their new business all taken care of. Okay, this is inquiries and other matters now. Councillor Kirby Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. On a happy note, I just wanted to send a note of gratitude and appreciation to the 6 groups that are involved, and they are tirelessly every year in organizing what was a fantastic Lunar New Year parade. I think the first time in a number of years it had snowed and the visuals were beautiful. The city crews did a great job of clearing the roads, but it was the Chinese Benevolent Association, the Chinese Cultural Center, Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association Success, Vancouver Chinese Freemasons, and the Shawnee Benevolent Association of Canada, who are the kind of mighty volunteer organizations behind putting on that parade. It's a point of civic pride. It's not just for Chinatown or our residents of Chinese heritage. It's really everybody's parade, and I really appreciate everybody who came out despite the snow, and it was a really fantastic day. I think we learned that morning at a pre-event at the Chinese Garden that apparently in Chinese, according to Chinese proverbs, that if it snows, your year will be very fruitful. So we should logically have a very fruitful year ahead of us, which is great to know. And we had the parade and the festivities all day. Chinatown was full. There was lots of viewing parties, people in restaurants, and then it was capped off with the 1,000-person banquet at Floda. And so I think there was just a really positive sense of energy and enthusiasm for the upcoming year, and really grateful to everybody that had a hand in making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Yep, a couple of questions. One flows from discussions over the weekend. There was quite a lot of interest in the impacts potentially of U.S. tariffs and what the city's role might be, and recognizing we now have a special council meeting scheduled and also the motion to deliberate on. I'm just curious if there will be an opportunity for members of the public to speak at that special council meeting. So I don't know if the clerks could address that or not, but I had many people asking me on this subject over the weekend.
So question through.
Will there be an opportunity, yes, for you to staff or the clerks, will the public be able to speak at the special council meeting?
If you can just give us one moment.
Yep, no problem.
Thank you.
And then I have one more question after that.
Chair,
Yes.
Clerk, I don't know how long you need, but we just got 2 minutes left. Do we have a hard stop at 3:30?
Thanks.
No? Okay. We can keep going. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll possibly get back to the answer if it's going to be, you're there?
Yes, so as per section 7.5A, yes, speakers can speak at special council meetings.
Fantastic. Thank you for that clarification. My second question stems from, we had on Friday, I think almost most of council attended a joint meeting with Vancouver Coastal Health. And so through you, Mayor, either to staff or to the Mayor's office staff, I'm curious if we have an update on conversations with the provincial government around uploading the costs of the mental health nurses. I think it's been very successful, the implementation of that initiative, but I know there was some intention of having conversations post-election around that healthcare cost being borne by the city. So I'm just curious if we could get an update. And if we can't get it right now, if we could get something in writing later in a memo form.
Thanks. We don't have any staff here to respond to that today, but we certainly will get back to you on it.
Okay, that would be perfect. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Great. And I'll just add a little color there as well. The Premier's office, the Mayor's office, and representatives from public safety have, we've been in conversations. So.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you for those updates.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about the growing food insecurity here and across the country. Last week, the City of Toronto called a food insecurity emergency and was followed by multiple Ontario cities. And of course, with surging food bank use and obviously the threats of these potential tariffs and what that might mean. And I recognize that Deputy Manager Singh has since left the room, which may have been more a kind of question for them. But I wanted to follow up on July last year, we had the Closing the Gap Investing in the City of Vancouver's food systems to increase food access and support a resilient, equitable, and sustainable food system for all. That is a mouthful of emotion. But that passed unanimously, and two of the directions were, one, to report back on the sustainable food systems in January of this year, and also a new set of multi-year grants that was going to be coming out in Q1 2025. I know there's a lot of anxiety in the food security world, and I'm wondering if we have any updates on when we can expect some of that work.
Yeah, I apologize again. We don't have anybody in chambers who can respond to that, but I'll take the question away and get back to council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just a couple of items. First of all, quite a number of us attended a roundtable session with the leadership team at Vancouver Coastal Health on Friday afternoon. I thought it was a really useful dialogue to certainly understand some of the scale and scope of the work that our local health authority is doing, but also really underlining the integral work that the city does in harmony with the health authority. And it was just really great to see that those channels were reopened. It's been 18 months since local elected officials met with board chair Penny Ballum and Dr. Penny Ballum and her leadership team. But it was actually, I thought, a very valuable session, and I look forward to continuing those conversations and certainly broaching the subjects such as the future for the work that we're doing around here to support mental health in the community. And just my final comment is really just in relation to the snow response. I have been receiving messages from the public. This is an area that is traditionally very hard, and it's Vancouver has oftentimes been really struggled to keep up, and we know that the transit system and mobility sometimes really is brought to a halt. But thankfully, even with the below freezing weather and the continuous snow showers that we received, I think our teams have really rallied and done a great job. And so I wanted to just publicly express appreciation on behalf of council and certainly from people that I've heard from that they're doing a great job. And thanks very much, because we know it's hard work. You got to be out there brining the streets at all hours of the morning and shoveling and taking care of sidewalks and other routes. And it's really important work. And our team has really shone this recent cold snap. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Claassen. Seeing no one else in the queue for inquiries and other matters, can we get a motion to adjourn? Great. Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Claassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.